Hello and welcome to a very special episode of Bad Crafts. My name is Rin. This is Sorry I Was Muted with Rin Jackson. I think I'm not muted. I feel pretty confident I'm not muted. I also feel pretty confident that we're going to get the project done like today in one shot that I'm hoping to get done today in one shot. And I feel the same level of confidence of not being muted as getting that project done. So if I am muted, it doesn't bode well for the crafts. Okay, I'm just going to throw that out there. But essentially, one of the things that I have talked about in regards to being good at crafts is that a necessary first step is being bad at them. And then you just have to kind of keep like trying, you know? And in the last episode of Bad Crafts, I was like quite bad at the craft we were doing. And in fact, it did not get done at all on any level. It was a complete catastrophe. But since that happened, I've been continuing to work on it. By the way, if you hear mechanical noises, it's my evil printer from hell. It's just consider it my streaming partner. And you know, hopefully it will stop being a twerp, you know? But anyway, so the last time I could not get it done, what I wanted to get done, and you know, that happens. That happens a lot, actually. Especially to me because I do have a pretty like iterative design practice. Rowie is here and she's famously amazing at crafts. Fantastic. I'm so glad for that. I'm so glad we have an expert on deck. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to make a leather journal, in a refillable leather journal in the style of like Travelers, Paper Republic, Louise Carmen, all of those. And what we're going to do is we're going to make it out of vegan leather, which in my case, I don't know if it's always the case, but in my case is PVC. And it's fabric backed PVC. So the last time we did Bad Crafts, the issue was twofold. One, that the PVC was not rigid or structural enough to like actually function as a refillable journal. And two, every attempt I made to reinforce it failed. And so I'm happy to tell you, I know how to reinforce it so it won't fail. So let's go ahead and just go to the desk. All right. Let me go to the desk. Okay, also, welcome to all. Erin's ready to be good at crafting. So am I. I'm ready to be good at crafting. Sarah's taking an online class at home this week, which is nice. No commuting is always good. It's a good thing. So my confidence in my ability to be heard was not misplaced. Hopefully my confidence in doing this craft will not be misplaced. Hi Aiden, how are you? We're going to be on while we get ready for the Ulta shift. Yeah, hopefully I'm done having mental breakdowns for the summer. That would be nice. But yeah, I had a really bad chronic pain flare up of my one of my neurological issues, and it was horrific. It was like one of the worst I've had in my kind of memory, my active memory. You know, it may not have been the actual worst, recency bias, etc., but it was really bad. And then I had a lot of personal turmoil at the same time, which was causing me stress, and then it just turned into like a death spiral, you know? Okay, so here is what we've got. All right, so the issue is, and I have a Paper Republic right here, so I can actually show. I actually have a Paper Republic. I've had it for a couple days now. So this is a birthday gift from Erin, and if you can see how it will, you know, stand up. The leather is pretty rigid, you know. And when I compare that to my crocodile PVC, well, you can already see how this just kind of flows over. It's all floppy like this. So it's not gonna hold up, you know? And so that was really what my struggle was. But I have an answer to my struggle. And that is a material called, where did you go? Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, pals. If you were a heat bond, where would you be? Especially if I already got you out to prepare for this stream and I put you somewhere where I wouldn't lose you and I'd be able to find you no matter what. At least I think I did that. Okay. Let's see. Man. Oh my gosh, what if it's a bad crafts after all because I can't find my... Oh, I found it. Okay. Just kidding. All right. So this is the material that's going to save our butts. Yogi. All right. Let me... Okay. This is Heat and Bond Ultra Hold for dark fabrics, iron-on adhesive, no sew, great for patches, etc. It comes in 3 stiffnesses. I got the one in the middle. And it's literally, you just iron it on to a material and it will make that material more rigid. I think it's primarily used for if you're going to do a lot of heavy embroidery on a piece of fabric, because it'll stiffen the piece of fabric and it'll keep it from stretching out and things like that. But just to give an example, this is it. It's on here. Okay. So this is a piece of PVC that I've used it on. And if you look at this, okay, and how I can fold it. Now look at this, just staying rigid on my hand. All right. So the stiffness that we were lacking, now we have it. Okay. So now that we know we can do it on a tiny piece, we got to do it on a big piece. So here's our supplies that we need for phase 1. We need a piece of this that's about the same size as our piece of PVC. And we need a piece of this that's about the same size. This is just fancy tissue paper, fancy wrapping paper. It's here because this stuff is double-sided. It's sticky on both sides. And so we just need something to close off the stickiness on the back. And so I'm just going to use this to do that because I already owned it. That's the whole reason that we went with this one. All right. And so I am going to do, you know what I need? I'm going to use this for now, but I'm going to do the 1,000-Year-Old Vampire Solo Journaling RPG because one of the things that kind of getting into journaling and fountain pens, etc., has done is it has made me want to write more and be more creative in terms of like writing. And so it's kind of a creative writing project, but it's also, you know, at least somewhat guided by someone else. So I don't have to be completely and totally 100% creative, like from scratch. All right, so the next tool we're gonna need is an iron because that's how you get it on. Okay, so before that, let me prep my desk so that I don't melt my mats or anything. And I'll talk about my desk prep, but you can do this with just a towel, and I actually am also going to use a towel. But basically, you just need something. This is a glass infused sheet of Teflon is what this is. Just something that can resist high heat, you know. And then onto it, I'm going to put a towel. And this is just because even though that Teflon will resist high heat and it won't melt, okay, the heat itself can transfer and warp the mat underneath just by the actual like temperature. Okay, so next we're going to put this face down, and we want to make sure it doesn't have a bunch of lint on it. So I'm going to tape my hand. Hope you're all having good weeks. And if I miss like a speck, it's not going to hurt it. It's just that this is going to make texture, you know. If I have a little piece of dust that has, if it's big enough, it can make a bump, you know. But you won't see it because it'll be, you know, a couple layers deep. All right, so let's get this out now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this cable up over my lighting rig. So if you hear a sound that's like loud and clattery and whatever, that's what's going on there. Hopefully it's not shaking the camera too badly. All right, and I'm just going to do that so that there's not as much of it just like chilling on my desk. Okay. All right, so it's going to heat up. While it's heating up, I just need to double check the temperature, make sure we set it to the correct temperature. Okay, so this says wash your material. I don't need to do that. Set the iron to medium heat, no steam. Hold the iron on the paper liner. Hold for 8 seconds. Repeat until the entire surface. Okay, all right, perfect. So medium heat. We're just gonna 8 seconds, 8 seconds, 8 seconds, 8 seconds. All right. Medium heat. Okay. All right. And so here, so this says acrylic. I don't know, like, oh, here we go. I think we want to go up to 3, maybe. Yeah, poly. That's what we want because it is polyvinyl. So 3 will be good. So when it beeps again, it'll be the right temperature. How's everyone doing? Let me know your confidence level and my ability to pull this off. Don't worry, I won't be offended. Okay. And I think what I'll do is I'll just cut it down a bit so there's not as much extra adhesive flapping around. Okay. One second. I'm just going to pull up the stream so I can actually keep an eye on it and make sure everything is chill. I should probably monitor it. What do you think? Yeah, so obviously I'm not getting my chats, so it's a good thing I pulled it up. Cool. All right, so I'm way behind. Thank you, Sarah. I'm glad things are improving for me as well. I hope things are improving for everyone, quite honestly. Hi, Jack. Sorry, my chat had frozen, I guess. Printed all the pages and set up my August budget, and I'll be doing that during the stream. Oh, fun. Okay, so Aiden was going to be under a table. Aaron was under a piece of paper. Aaron's packing round 2 of test orders. Gotta have faith in the crafts being good. To the crafts shopping list. We're all confident. Tony Stark built Iron Man in a cave with a box of scraps. That's how confident. Okay, perfect. I'm glad that we're all together. We're all super, super confident. Okay. All right, excellent. Okay, so now, Sarah, I looked into the clear vinyl thing, and my suggestion would be to get it from the Etsy seller, because while I do think I probably could make it, since I don't have any of this stuff like the metal hardware and such, and I don't, like it would probably just be way more expensive if I made it than if they made it. But after you see this, you'll know what I'm capable of with when it comes to vinyl. Okay, so basically, as long as I can't see any of the black from the thing showing, we're in good shape from the backing of the vinyl. Okay, so now we need to, we gotta just, we gotta just stick it on. So this part is exciting because it's just putting down the iron and counting. And this is why you want to have quite the barrier to your desk, because the iron's literally just going to be sitting there. And then you move it a little bit and it sits there again. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out a stopwatch. On my clock. And that way I can just see like every 10 seconds and I can move it. And this is really, it's to move every 8 seconds, but I'm just gonna. Yeah, this is going to go a lot faster than me trying to count these out. It's looking nice and flat. Like I can see that it's quite flat and smooth, so that makes me feel good. The other thing is, if the adhesive is going to get stuck to something, it's better that it gets stuck to this, which is just like a random cleaning towel I have. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to rotate it. Yeah, so it's a little stuck to the towel now, but that's okay. That's what the towel is there for. And I'm just going to make sure that I'm not touching that area so that the iron isn't going to get, I don't want to get glue on the iron, basically. So I'm just making sure that I am not spending a bunch of time up there. Actually no, I don't think that's gonna be long enough. I'm on a little bit of an angle just to try and avoid those a little bit better at the top there. Now, my guess is that if you wanted to like do those presses that the t-shirt people use to press the vinyl decals on a t-shirts, that you could probably like produce a bunch of these that way, you know, without it taking this long, because you could do the whole thing at once. All right. So if I've done this correctly, then we should have the whole thing stuck down in one sheet. All right, so let's lift it up. All right. Ooh, and it's toasty. I'm gonna just set it to the side for a second to try to clean up some of this tape. Just to get the bigger chunks so that when I wash it, there's not a bunch of this stuff going in my washer. And then while I do this, the other thing can cool, so it's a little bit easier to handle. Okay, well, it looks like that's going to be a longer process, so I'm not going to worry about it right now. So I'm just going to move this. I'm going to roll this up, and I'm going to make sure I put the iron on the Teflon. I'm just going to refold this. And I'm just going to make sure when I refold it that I put parchment over this stuff so that it doesn't get stuck. The two layers of fabric don't get melted together. And I'm just doing that off camera. All right, so Jack got a Jinhao 59. Wait, which one is that, Jack? Rowie can no longer advise. But Rowie, we were counting on you. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. What if we become bad crafts again? Okay. The iron wants to turn itself off, I think. So let's get back to it. No. Okay. Putting it back on poly. But hopefully by cycling the power that made it, or cycling through, it made it realize we still wanted to use it. But yeah, so I want to do 1,000-year-old vampire, you know, just for being creative and stuff. I've got to catch up on my correspondence because I'm behind on correspondence due to the aforementioned mentee bees and physical ailments, like way behind on journaling. Let's not even talk about it. We don't even need to talk about it because your life is cyclical. Hobbies can be cyclical. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So now what we need to do is I want to trim this so I don't have any of the black overhanging. And I think the easiest way to do it is just going to be on the craft desk, which means I need to move the iron and the towel and stuff. And then quickly cut this and then be right back. We'll bring everything back. Luckily, the cutting will be super easy. All right. And I've seen online people play 1,000-Year-Old Vampire like more than once. And some people have turned their stories into like written it out into full-on books or creative writing practice and just kept going with them. So I think it's going to be fun. My goal is I want to document / stream or whatever a lot of this journey. I don't know if it'll all be live or if some of it'll just be like, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, I want to do it, so I'll like record what I did and put it up. But I think it could be fun to do it, like chunks of it live at least, for like the collective, like the silliness of the collective like suggestions and things, if that makes sense. Okay, so that was step 1. So now we're on step 2, which is peel this tape backing off, put this tissue paper on, and do the iron thing again. And this is the one where I'm going to use the parchment paper between me and the iron, because I'm just not sure if this tissue paper, you know, can withstand the iron. And I don't want to find out the hard way. Hey, Jenny. I hope work goes smooth and nice. I'm just going to use this because obviously this is capable of withstanding, right? Sarah asked if anyone's heard anything about the Aura Estelle. I think Aaron's looking at Aura Estelle possibly for next year. I looked at them and I decided to go with Hemlock and Oak for 2027. All right, let's get the stopwatch back. I think what I'm going to do is go in like a circle so that I get the corners first. So is hemlock and oak, Jack. Because they emailed me and said tariffs are going up 50% on goods made in Canada being imported into the USA on the 19th. And they just were emailing to let everyone know that anyone who pre-ordered for 2027 by August 9th, so 10 days before the increase, they would get the pre-tariff price. And so Hemlock and Oak encouraged anyone that was considering ordering from them, anyone in the US, of course, if you're in Canada, it doesn't affect you, but in the US to get the pre-orders in. My guess is they're going to send a truck over the border on the 18th. And that's the 8 days they need to get to get all the orders together and on the truck. But basically, like, based on how I've used the cousin this year, I wanted something that was basically the cousin minus those weak at a glance pages that take up so much space in the beginning, because I just don't use them at all. Yeah, Nolte's got nice paper. I considered just using Midori has a one page, 1 day journal that's undated. It's just like 360 some pages. And I thought maybe I would use that because I really love Midori paper. But the I want to say there was a reason why I didn't. Oh, yes. So the one thing that I learned from the cousin is I need the dates to be on the page, or else I will get lazy and skip days. And which is fine. You don't have to journal every day. I kind of want to. Like, I want to build I'm still working on the muscle of journaling, and until it's like a real like part of my life, until it's, like well beyond a habit. Okay, so I'm gonna just lift this up. See how we're doing. We're doing really well. These little white areas are areas where the glue is not totally perfectly stuck to, I don't know if you can hear Yoshi. If you can, I'm so sorry, but he's not coming in while there's an iron, but we're almost done with the iron. So he can come in after that. But I probably won't. I'm just being honest. I'm probably not going to let him in. Yoshi! Yeah. So he's desperate to say hi to all of you, and his big mean caretaker will not let him in. Okay. All right, and look, now we have the piece. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it and set it off to the side to cool, and then we can return the desk to normal. So I'm going to start by unplugging the iron. Again, apologies if pulling this cord through the rigging moves the camera. They didn't all go to my sister's. Only Kitty went. Because I gotta tell y'all, my sister's apartment complex and pets, this is some crazy business you would not believe. Some crazy business. So give me 1 second to return the desk. Okay, so see here, I don't know if you can see it, but can you see how I can push down on my desk? This is literally from heat transfer. So what I do when that happens is I put a piece of glass over it, and then I have some weights. So it's just changed the shape of the material, just changed a little bit because of the heat. So we're just gonna make sure everything's pressed down. Okay, so while we're doing that, let me catch up on the chitty chatty. So what we're doing now is we're letting the material dry, and we're letting the desk flatten back out again. So, all right. You're welcome, Sarah. But yeah, I did find where they get the clips, and the clips that keep the edge from tearing are what held me back, because like the price for me to buy enough just to do your book, like obviously they're ordering those brass pieces in quantity, and getting a lot done that way. Okay, the Jinhao 59. I'm going to look it up now. See which Jinhao that is. Like, Jinhao's not my favorite of the Chinese pen brands. That's become Asvine for sure. Oh, the 59 is the... Wait, why is it showing me the 95? The 95 and the 59... Is the 59 smaller? Oh, they... Okay. I'm like, why isn't the Jinhao called the E95S? Because that's what Pilot calls it. That would probably be not legal, or at least not cool. Okay, I get it now. My brain's working again. So sorry that we lost our supervisor. You ordered the 10. I do like the 10. I like the 10 and I like the 20. The 10 feels more luxe, but the 20 you can kind of write with for longer. So it's like, you know, it's hard to, well, here, hold on. So these are 10s and these are 20s. And so the main difference is that the 10s are metal bodies. And so that makes the pens over, I think they're over twice the weight of, the 10s are twice the weight of the 20s. The 20s use a more traditional resin body, which makes them semi-transparent. And that's a love it or hate it. You know, some people love it, some people hate it. I guess some people feel neutral. But yeah, these ones I like for the like vintage, antiquarian, old-timey vibes. They feel very like I'm a business person, you know, from 100 years ago. And these are just more fun to me. So. But my favorite Chinese pens are from Asvine, and it's these, the P20s. I'm up to 3. No, that's not even true. I have 4. Wait, one of them's missing. Oh my God. Did my sister steal an Asvine? My sister stole. Oh my God. She stole my sugar kelp. And she did it like secretly. Oh. I'm gonna get her. Oh no, I'm just dumb. Okay, never mind. Just kidding. Hi, Jenny. So glad you're here. Erin making big progress on her vials. Sarah, like I said, I looked at those. Their paper looks nice. They have the daily. Tomorrow is called a, ooh, yeah, made in Canada. My guess is like much like Hemlock and Oak, if you're interested in Aura Estelle, you want to kind of jump on it right away, just because of the tariff situation. Which, yeah, exactly. Leave us alone, leave the Canadians alone, leave the Chinese alone, leave everyone alone. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't use those weekly pages. I thought about the Nulty as well and just putting in my own dates, but like I said, I think I might cheat. I think I might cheat. I just know myself and I think I'd cheat. Weeks with fewer extra sheets in the back. Yeah, Midori's stuff is now Midori has a planner called the Hibino, Sarah. Maybe that would work for you. I don't know what exactly you're looking for, but I think the Hibino is B6 or sorry, B5. If it's either B5 or A6, it's a teeny. Yeah, everyone's saying hi to poor little Mr. Yoshi. Poor Mr. Yosh. All right. Yeah, Aaron, are you going to get an A6 trifold? Yeah. A6 and B5. Yeah. It's so we need to see more. Yeah, Jinhao 20 is so fun. We have the same 20s. You love transparent, then a Jinhao 20 might be for you. Yeah. Yeah. Did Aaron did Aaron give me No, Aaron gave me a Twisby. Um and I have the Twisby still. The Twisby's the pen for my emotional support journal. So, the Twisby Mini is a perfect little companion for the pocket-sized Paper Republics. And then I made, yesterday I made myself some little notebooks to test some papers. So Erin sent me some mystery loose leaf paper and I turned the two into two different notebooks. And then after I write with both of them, we'll see if it changes my opinions on the two papers. I say mystery paper, but I'm pretty sure I know which one is which. And so I've labeled my guess in there. And then I just added a little plastic pocket and I made myself a little grid because the pages are blank, and that way I can just stick that there and then flip that over, and it's enough, probably under the lights you're not going to be able to see it, but it's enough for me that I can see it, and then I can write straight even when the pages are blank. So I've got a cute little setup here, and the number one thing, the first thing I've done is, so the way I keep track of, like I keep a list of notes for every day of things I want to journal about, and I have previously been keeping these on Post-its on the pages in the Hobonichi on the daily pages, but I'm moving it to here, and so now when I want to go journal, I can just open this up and they'll all be in a row. All right, we're probably fine to continue on. I'll have to. It's so bad, but because she does steal my stuff a lot. Like I think well, she outright stole a pen. She outright stole my Hongdian M2 in olive, which is this one. And like this is my replacement, but the joke's on her because when Asvine acquired Hongdian, they started revamping their whole lines to make them, I think the goal is to make all the pieces and parts compatible across Hongdian and Asvine, like nibs and stuff. And this one, so this is the Hongdian M2 version 2. It is so much better. And the thing is, I think Asvine, well, a lot of people think Mahjong makes the best pens, but Mahjong and I have a troubled past. But I will give Mahjong that their quality appears to be the best of all the Chinese brands, but Asvine is the one that has worked the best for me personally. And my Mahjong, I just rehomed with my sister. I left it there. Over the visit, she got a Mahjong P140, 2 Pilot Metropolitans, and I thought she got an Asvine P20, but I'm just dumb. So, you know. And this is just an announcement for all of you. Erin already knows this because she was there when it happened, but I'm no longer a visionary brain genius, and I have lost my ability to do basic brain functions. So, you know, if I say something stupid, that's why, you know, and it's fine. Because, like, there's seasons in life, and this is just not my visionary brain genius season, you know, and that's okay. But yeah, I'm going to have to apologize for accusing her in absentia of stealing and then being like, no, I was just dumb. You know the thing where it's like never attribute to malice what could be attributed to stupidity? Like in this case, never attribute malice to her that could be my stupidity. So, all right. Now what we're going to do is but yeah, I'm going to have to apologize. Ugh, calling the bank is gross. Disgusting. And Ellie, hi. I'm so glad to see you as well. I'm sorry, I didn't say hi. My chat is messing up again. I'm behind. I still just use Goodreads. But I do note every time I finish a book, and I do have a spread. I have started putting the book covers as stickers and putting them on those pages for the day and doing a little writing about the book. 85% chance on the trifold. Yeah, it would be nice to get to see it. So I thought that I had put, for some reason, because I think of sea kelp as a green, I thought I had put it in a green pen, and the P20 does come in green. I literally don't own it. I put it in this amber body. So this is sea kelp is in here. And sea kelp is in there because it also is an amber ink. It's both green and amber. So good reason I'm putting each month on a template. Keep up with my reading in a journal. Aiden, you know what you might like is the Nolte logbook, and I have one and I'll show it. But the Nolte logbook or the Midori frame, either of those might be good. Never sticks, and then you just get annoyed because then it's just like, yeah. So she's just such a stealer of things, you know. All right, thoughts and prayers. So this is what I do is currently I'm using the week at a glance portion of the cousin as a like media journal / commonplace. So yeah. But let me show you what a Nolte logbook and a Midori frame look like. And Jenny has a Nolte, so Jenny can also speak on the Nolte. Okay, so the Nolte logbook, this is the layout. So it's a grid, and then at the top there's a subject and a date. So it works great for commonplace and media tracking, because you can just put the book when the start and stop or the movie or whatever, and then you can just write, draw, put stickers, whatever. But there's no structure outside of that. And then the Midori frame is similar, but it has even less structure. So the Midori frame, you can see it up here, it just has these 3 blocks. The third block is a date, and then it has this frame down here that's blank inside. So this is the Midori frame. And so the main difference between them is the Nolte does say subject and date, whereas the Midori doesn't. It leaves it mostly blank, although there's little dots for the date. And then the Nolte comes in a grid and a line, I want to say. It might also come blank. I think the frame only comes blank. So those are both kind of good. Okay, all right, let's get the stuff back now that it's had time to cool and we can handle it. All right, so the main thing we want to do is we want to trim the whole thing out. So we want to try to do, I'm going to change my knife. The first one is the Nolte Logbook, Aiden, Nolty. When I throw out knives, I stick them to things so that they cannot like migrate to the side of a bag and stab someone. All right. All right, and then once we've cut this clean, then we can figure out the exact dimensions we want to do. Because this is a pretty big piece of PVC. Imagine, should I make something like, ooh, this looks cool, skinny. Maybe I should make a like a No Kidding Travelers. Should I make a skinny? I'm not going to make this one skinny. I'm going to make this one, 1,000-year-old vampire sized. All right. So y'all know how on a cooking show, they put something in the oven and then they open a different oven and take out a perfectly baked thing. Well, I can show you where we're going to end up. Because I do have a proof of concept now. All right, so this is my 1,000-year-old vampire setup. So I've got my rule book, my prompts, the notebook I'm going to do all my journaling in. I haven't put the cover on it, but it does have a cover. I'm using the Apika Premium CD notebook. And then this is a pen board that I made, or a pencil board. So that's just tucked back in there, vampire themed. And then I made this the last time we tried to do a vampire bad crafts. And then here's the appendix for 1,000-Year-Old Vampire. And then this is a like traveler's style. Got the plastic cover. I've got some washi in the pocket. And then this is a folder that I covered with the same paper so it would blend in. And I used a green cardstock that matches the green from the collection, or the vampire book, to line it. And then this is a Traveler's Company sticker sheet. So that's everything that's going to go in there, at least at this point. And so now that gives us like an idea of the scope, right? And then I made tabs so I'd be able to reference, flip around. Like if it says check appendix, whatever, I can go to the appendix. Or same thing with the prompts. I've labeled the prompts every 10. So at least I can like cut down on spoilers and things. And so some changes I want to make. It's not a big deal, but I want to do larger holes because I want it to have a little bit more of a kind of like lightly industrial alt goth punk kind of vibe. This one's just a little prettier. I want to make one that's like a little more just a little more industrial, a little more alt. Now these little bars that I got to protect the edge, which I found when I was doing the research on the one for Sarah, I think these are going to work just fine. The one thing I will say is you can see how they do kind of like flare out. And so that might create like a permanent, like kind of flare, but I think, I always say I want my stuff to look like Dean Winchester's journal from Supernatural. That's what I want it to look like. So I don't care about stuff like that. In fact, I like it. But if you like your stuff to look pristine, it may not be for you. All right, so let's see what size I made this, because I made this what I thought would be too big, but it looks like it's pretty much the perfect size. So let's measure and see what Pastorin did. Okay, well, because she hates my guts, is 13 and like 7/8. So I say we either do 13 3/4 or 14. I don't think it needs to be any bigger. So let's do 13 3/4. Let's cut a little bit off. We could probably go down to 13.5 safely, but maybe let's not and say we did. Let's go down to 13 3/4. And then, so it's going to be 13 3/4 wide by 9. Okay, that was nice. Maybe I made it 14 by 9, and then when I cut it, then I just like randomly cut a chunk off of it when it was too long. Okay. Now we have enough that if we wanted to make this a trifold, we could. Because I could essentially just make it 9 by 18, and then that would give us like 5 inches of overhang to wrap around. And if I did that, I would probably only need one of these metal pieces, but then the metal piece might press into the thing. So I don't know. Let me know your thoughts. If you have strong opinions, let me know. All right. So I'm going to start by cutting it to 9 by 18, and then we'll go from there. All right. You know what? Maybe I'll just make it I think I'll just do it 9 by 13. Yeah. I think I'm just going to go. I'm rescinding the voting. Democracy is yet again canceled. So sorry. So sorry. Okay. Yes, Sarah, please. Please ask me. I'm happy to answer if I know the answer. I'll try my best at any rate. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to line it up on my desk, and I'm just going to draw directly on it where it needs to be cut. And so if I want it to ultimately end up, I'm going to cut it to 10 by 14, and then I'll cut it down once it's easier to like handle. So because at 10 by 14, I still have some wiggle room. And I'm going to have to make more than one pass. All right. Okay, so now we've got it to because this will help me like square it up, you know. Not that it needs to be perfectly square, but so I'm going to cut a little bit off every single piece. And what I mean by that is I don't want to just cut two edges. I want to cut a little bit off each edge. And then that way it's totally, it's as square as I can get it. It's not going to be perfect. All right. So we're going to cut it. Going to cut it to 10 now. Okay, straight, 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 straight. Okay, so all our edges are straight. So now that all our edges are straight, we can just trim it into the appropriate size. So in terms of tools that I've used, so far, there hasn't really been any specialty tools. Like if you wanted to try and make one yourself, you know, it's doable. I've used an iron, and this rotary trimmer, you could just use an X-Acto knife. The rotary trimmer is just easier for me to use. Can you make them so that the notebooks aren't held in via elastic, but instead they have a pocket on the front and back that the planner slides into, if that makes sense? People can make them like that, and sellers on Etsy make them like that. In order to do that, you have to stitch leather. And I don't want to stitch leather by hand. I don't enjoy it at all. And it's quite difficult for me just because of some of my physical stuff. I do have a sewing machine that is technically supposedly capable of it if I buy a special knife blade needle for it. So essentially what it does is a knife blade goes down before the needle and cuts a hole in the leather that the needle then passes through, which I have thought about doing, but I don't have it right now. I haven't done it yet. I haven't started like exploring that. Okay. All right. So this is to me, this is looking like right side up, you know? So at this point, we are at 14. I think it's 10 by 14. Yes. Okay, so now this is our final cut to make it, and I'm going to pull out a bigger ruler because this ruler has my straightest edge. This is my straightest ruler. But I think Hobonichi, um, bye Aiden, have a good time at work. Yeah, I've seen people do it with quilted fabric. I've seen people on Etsy who've done it with leather, where it's just 2 pockets on the sides. I think Hobonichi has it because their cover on cover is designed to go over the cover that the Hobonichi slides into. And since Hobonichi sizes are fairly standard sizes, you should be able to just buy one from them. And they're about to have their release on September 1st for the year, I want to say. But like, this is the cover on cover. And you can see how much bigger it is than my Hobonichi, and my Hobonichi is just like flapping around in here. That's because there's supposed to be another cover in between my Hobonichi and this. And so the Hobonichis, like I had to add these panels on the side so the whole Hobonichi wouldn't just fly out of it. So Hobonichi could be a good resource for you as well, because of their cover on cover. So, all right. Okay, so let's all right, after this, you know, there's nothing, if we mess up, then we mess up, you know? All right. Okay, so essentially what my goal is, I'm just going to put this here to act as like a third hand. But what I want to do is I want to be, here, I'll move it over 1 square. I want, because I'm cutting the short side, I want the short side to be straight on the line. If the 2 long sides are not straight on their lines, that's okay, because we're going to cut them later. And we're cutting down to 3/4. So I don't have that much to cut off, just this little strip. All right. All right, so now the 2 ends are straight with each other. So we're going to turn it. Okay. And, you know, it doesn't have to be totally precise. It's just that the more precise it is, the better. All right, and then I'm going to come in. And then I'm going to put the weight on the ruler itself. Okay, so now it's the right size. Okay, perfect. All right, now we're going to round the corners or not, depending on whether or not we want to round the corners. I am going to round them 1/4 inch, I think. So Okay. Yeah. A quilted one could be, to give it structure, Sarah, you would just, you could just get chipboard, even like from a cereal box, just to make it a little bit rigid. What you could do, I'm going to draw it out. I'm going to draw out what just came to my mind. Okay. Let me get a notebook. These are my various experiments. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. All right, so you've got your thing here. You've got your little stitched pockets on the sides here. Okay. And the book's covers go in here and in here. So what I'm thinking you do is at the top here, you make a little area where you can just put in like something rigid, like a piece of cereal box or whatever. And like you could put a seam in the actual thing so that it stayed, so that the spine stayed soft. So you put this here so that this is like a pocket, and then your board goes in there and in there, and then you can like whip it closed across the top, and then it would have the structure. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. I'm glad that it made sense. I'm glad that it made sense. Perfection. Perfection. All right, look at us go. So far our craft is still good. On top of our craft being good, like that's a good idea too, Sarah. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. No, totally. Because then the quilting won't get dirty, and the journal itself, the Aurastelle or whatever you get, will probably be rigid enough. Okay. All right, look at us. We are doing so much. We are doing so many good crafts. Okay, so now it's time to chomp the corners. And for me, chomping a floppy material like vinyl works better if you're chomping against something that's, by chomping, I mean rounding. If you're rounding against something that is more normal. So see how clean that corner round is? That's because I put that piece of paper back there. So whenever you're dealing with a material that's got some squish to it, if you put behind it a piece of cardstock, it'll go right through like butter. Hi, Rose. Welcome. Glad you could join us. Glad you are back to your internet. Perfect. Done, 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 done. All right, so now what we need to do is yeah, exactly. You don't want to get it dirty, and you only like you can wash it every once in a while, but you don't want to be washing it all the time, right? Exactly. We're scheming. All right, perfect. Aaron's on a lunch break. Rose says, speaking of good crafts, my knitting went off the rails, several problems at once, and you know what? I fixed it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This is the perfect example of the journey from bad crafts to good crafts and how it's almost like you can't skip the bad craft step, you know? Exactly. Woo! Congrats. Okay. All right. So now what we need to do is we need to design just basically where we're going to put our holes. So I have to check on my temperamental printer here, see how it's doing. Okay. Unfortunately, it's going to make some noise again, but I need it to be working properly for work. So unfortunately, it just is what it is. All right, so here I have a couple scraps of, I was going to say I have a couple scraps of cardstock that I think if I put them together will be big enough, but I don't know that I think they will. I think I can do it. Okay. Because I'd rather not have to cut down a whole 13 by 19 inch sheet. Now I'm going to do all this work to save like $1, but you know what? It's not about saving the dollar so much as it is about, I always am afraid that I'll run out of the cardstock that I need, you know? That's what I don't want. All right, so just gonna put this on here, and then I'm just gonna cut this off, and then hopefully it'll be enough to fill in. Woo, one order completely done is amazing. All right, so now we just need to like fill in this hole basically. If my head was in the way, I apologize. Sometimes I lose track of it. All right. So now let's just go ahead and But yeah, I'm hoping to get back into the swing of things. Okay, so this is now the size that we need. Ooh, your head is trying to hurt and you're not in the mood. Gross. All right, so the first thing we want to do is find the center. Now, because this is 13 3/4, I know what the center is, and it's is it 6 5/8? I'm gonna have to use a fraction calculator here, my pals. All right, so it's 13 3/4 divided by 2 is 6 7/8. Okay, I was close. I was pretty close with 6 5/8. Would it have gotten me anywhere? No, it would not have gotten me anywhere to have been close. But you know, hey. All right, so okay, Aaron's gonna go get a matcha as a little pick-me-up. Support. All right, so this line is gonna be the center. And if you want to make your life easier, you can label what your lines are. Okay. Now, in this one, I think I put the holes a 1/2 inch apart. And I think that's, yeah, that's what I did. I think that's fine. Let's see let's do a test, because we do have some, you know, leather pieces that we can test on. Let's do a test of how we like the holes a 1/2 inch apart with the bigger grommets. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm only going to do 2 sets of holes, and then we'll just flip the thing around. And the reason for that is simply that there's literally a crease there where I need to make the line. Is it a 1/2 inch? No, it's not exactly a 1/2 inch. Well, let's see if I can if I can get it. Let's see if I can get it. I was just going to flip it around, but as long as I'm not actually in the crack, it'll be fine. I am not actually in the crack. The whole thing is on the same piece of paper, so I think we're going to be okay. All right, and then I think I came, did I come a 1/2 inch down from the top? I did, and they're a 1/2 inch apart. So it's a 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch. Okay. All right, so Sarah's gonna make a custom quilted cover and then get a Hobonichi cover on cover to protect what she makes. All right, so when I'm gonna punch holes in something and I'm gonna use those holes as a template, I always put tape over before I punch, and that just keeps the paper from getting like torn by the pen or out of shape or something like that, so that I can, like, you know, keep using this as a template if I want to make another one. or something like that. So all right. Can you believe I'm gonna have two? I'm gonna have 2,000-year-old vampire. That, how successful for me. I'm, to be honest, very pleased. Very pleased. All right, let me get a hole punch, and I'm going to use a 1/4 inch hole punch, and then I will use 3/8 inch grommets to go inside, and that'll give it that more like chunky industrial vibe. So all I'm doing is putting the intersection of the lines I drew in the center of my hole like a crosshair, and then punching. Sometimes because of the tape, it sticks in there. I think it's gonna look just fine. So when I designed it originally, the prototype, I designed it to hold both A5 and half sheet notebooks. So, and the reason why I did that is because I knew if I was gonna print 1,000-year-old vampire out myself, it was gonna be half sheet, which is what they call letter folded in half. Obviously, because my printer, you know, is paper is letter. I mean, not obviously. I have printer paper of all sizes. I could technically have done an A4. It's a lot easier to do it half sheet. So, not the least of which is when I put an A4 into Photoshop, it just converts it into inches anyways. So, like if I tell Photoshop I'm doing A4, it just converts whatever that is into inches. So it doesn't do me any good to design in metric. I'm sure there's a setting in Photoshop that's like, no, I want to design in metric, but since the vast majority of my stuff is in inches, you know, whatever. Also, this normally has like, you can't see the hole normally. I broke it so that I could see the hole. And we will need to put the spine hole as well. But for now, we're just going to test if we like how this looks. But I think it looks fine to me. And then it's just, you know, can we still put will an A5 notebook and a half sheet notebook still fit there? So we'll get the Midori. So the Midori will still fit. So when it's on that spine, and then we need a half sheet. Okay, so here's a half sheet sized notebook right here. This is the prototype for 1,000-year vampire, and it also fits. Okay, we are good to go. So what we'll do now is we'll do one set of this in this little scrap piece right here, just so we get an idea of, do we like how it looks, or is it too much metal, or what? I'm looking for a white gel pen. All right. Okay. So now we're going to punch those holes out again. And then we will set the grommets. and then just decide if we like them or not. Because this is technically a fabric, I do have to tear it a little bit because there is a layer of fabric in between the PVC and the paper. And that's what is not making the clean punch. And it's no big deal. All right. Okay. And here's my setter. All right, so Sarah has found a step-by-step tutorial. Everything is coming together. This is looking actually cute still. Okay, look at us go. Look at us go. All right, now let me get my little note. I have a phone note about what settings to use on this for what different grommets I have. So I just need to look it up. Okay, where's the sheet that I took a picture of? Okay, I'm gonna have to Google it. We are memory keepers. Crop agile settings. That's what this thing is called. This is the crop agile. And it's made by a company called We Are Memory Keepers, or We Are MK. You might see it sometimes, or sometimes as American Crafts. All right, here we go. Okay. So according to them, if I want to use a 3/16 inch eyelet with a washer, I need to have it on setting A2. Okay. Setting A2. All right, so right now it's on C. So let's switch C to A. Okay. And it's on 4, C4. It's an explosive combination. All right. Now it's on C2. Should Napoleon get a folio? Okay, wait. Hold on. All right, everyone. You got to put your thinking hats on. Do you mean a Paper Republic trifolio? All right, so 1,000-Year-Old Vampire has gotten 3 notebooks at this point, if we count the Empire. Should Napoleon get a folio? If not a folio, then a notebook cover. What book have you picked to actually do your like writing and journaling in? Or is that what you don't have? What's your setup so far? I will say I do hate when grommet companies do not send their stuff in plastic baggies. That really does grind my gears. It's quite a bit. So let me get a plastic bag to put them in. All right, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ugh. Wow. It's amazing that I displayed such competence and dexterity and then literally couldn't just pour things from one bag into another bag. You know, using tools, crafting away, can't pour things from one bag into another bag. Okay. So for me, I have 1,000-Year-Old Vampire in its own refillable notebook. This red one, and then I have Napoleon. Sorry, its own refillable journal. And then the notebook is the Midori frame. Oh, here we go. We're off the rails. We're off the rails. And then for 1,000-Year-Old Vampire, I have the PVC journal. So I have a Wanderings journal for Napoleon, and the notebook is Midori. Okay, don't need to squeeze that as hard as I did because this is a softer metal than the last set I had. Oof. So it looks like the second row I may be too deep for my little guy here. I'm just gonna try and all right, there's a second one. And then what we're going to do is we'll look at this compared to the one that's already done, and we'll just decide, do we want the bigger or the smaller? I have to use two hands because my grip is weak in my right hand, especially anything that's like a motion like that. Because my thumb is useless garbage for the most part. The notebook is loosey goosey. Okay. All right. Let's see how things are going. Sorry, I don't know. My chat, I have to keep refreshing it. It keeps not like, I don't know what the problem is. Anyway, okay. Justice for Napoleon. An A5 Leuchtturm. Okay. Hi, my chalet. How are you? Happy Tuesday. I hope work is not beating you up as much as it has been. Sarah says, I have enough scrap fabric to make approximately 1,000 journal covers, but 0 quilt backing. That's always the way. That's always the way. Loosey-goosey in the cubby. Okay. So yeah, I would say that a journal cover for Napoleon is a good idea. A journal for Napoleon is a good idea. I'm trying to get myself in the habit of referring to these things as journals and then the things that go inside them as notebooks. We'll see how, if I ever get consistent with that. All right. So here's how we look with the larger, and here is with the smaller. I think the larger is good because the larger, like I said, I wanted it to have just like a little bit of an alt flavor, a little bit of a goth, a little bit of a punk flavor, just a little bit, just because it is vampires. Not like a ton, but just like a little bit. So let's go ahead and do the bigger. Let's commit to the bigger. Let's commit to the bigger holes. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm trying to keep it straight, you know? Ooh. Yeah, exactly. Okay, everyone, all right, we're all in agreement. Perfection. Perfection. Love that. Love that. Okay, so I'm just gonna put these just kind of temporarily away so I can all right, now something that we could do if we wanted to is to avoid that problem I had where they were like a little put farther in than I strictly needed them to be. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fold 1/8 of an inch over the edge, and then that way I can just be 1/8 of an inch closer to the edge, and I think that'll be fine. I'm not gonna cut it off or anything like that. Nope, that's not gonna work because 1/8 of an inch is too sometimes like a really skinny thing right on the edge, you can't fold it just because of the especially with a thicker paper like this. So that's just, you know, whatever. I'm just gonna buff it out real quick. Okay, that's okay. We got it just fine over here, so we'll just go ahead and do it. All right, perfect. Now, here we go. All right. And then I also need to mark the center for the one that wraps around. All right, so let's do that. So that's going to be at 4.5 inches because this is 9 inches. Okay, that's not 4.5 inches. The ruler was upside down. All right, so that's where we need to make our hole. And that's going to be the most difficult part, okay? Is getting a hole there that is the size that we need. I'm going to have to just use, I have this tool. This is the same thing as this. It's just got this much longer throat here. I don't like it as much. I just don't think it's as good of a machine as good of a tool as this one. So I really only use it when I can't use the other one. Okay. And part of the issue is it makes a 3/16 inch hole and not a 1/4 inch hole, which is what I need because the thing going in it is 3/16 of an inch, but we'll figure it out. Usually I solve that problem by just jamming it in there as hard as I can, and it works okay. So let's get that one done first. Yeah. All right. Now, Knox is here. He's locked in. Okay, great. We may have lost Rowie, but at least we still have Knox. I want to go a little shinier and more chrome-like since we are going for an alt vibe. I do think I have a set of these that are shinier and more chrome-like. So I'm just going to take a look and see if I'm correct about that. I think they're the exact same color, so that's cool. Wait, have black? What do we think about black? All right. Okay, so there's, let's call it nickel. And here's, let's call it antique bronze. Now, none of my other hardware is black, so only these holes would be black. The little bars on the sides would still be silver, etc. I don't actually like it as much. It's not giving the kind of like light alt vibes that I wanted at all. Actually hate it. So sorry to those of you who like the black, because that is definitely not going to happen. Definitely not. Yeah, it's too I don't know. It swallows the light instead of reflecting it or something, you know? Which you might want. That's a look that there are times I would even want it, but this is not one of those times. Alrighty. Just gonna make extra sure I don't have a shinier silver. What about you? Are you shinier? No, they're all the exact same color. I bought the like same color of nickel hardware like 3 times. It's not on purpose. I'm innocent. And you Um, all right, so I'm sure Knox. Yeah, a lot of people wanted the bronze, but unfortunately, yeah, sorry everyone. Yes, there are Oh, okay. All right. So, our first hurdle is going to be this spine one. So, let's start there because after this we've got the spine, it's all going to be smooth sailing. And let me put this on A2. It's also on C4. Alrighty. Now, the big issue with this thing is because the people who designed it are stupid, they designed it in such a way where to keep this grommet from escaping, you have to tape it to your project. So that's what I'm going to do. Just going to take a little piece of tape. Just have to temporarily hold it in place. All right. All right, and then once you're in there, yeah. Okay, how do we do? Not okay, everyone. I have to use a hammer. It's only going to be the one, so but it is going to be loud. So, you are gonna probably want to mute. Do I even have a hammer? Of course, no. Do I have something I could just use as a hammer? Good enough. Yeah. We'll just do this. All right. I'm going to use the old school tool. I haven't used one of these and I do not know how long. How is this? That's probably not it. Is it you? What in the heck? Is it the grommet? Is it literally the grommet? Let's see. Okay, that at least made a sound. Are you kidding me? The hell? I don't think it's the grommet. I know it's, but I don't know why the hammer didn't work. Although I guess technically I did not use a hammer. Why? Why? Let's see if now that I've gotten it started, this will work. The reason I don't want to leave the office to get a hammer, because the second I leave the office, we're gonna have cats. Okay. For real, I'm gonna hit this. It's gonna be metal on metal. You really should mute. Actually, I'll mute. And that way you'll be protected. But then I'll probably forget to mute, and then, you know. Okay, so it's not working, obviously. I'm going to try putting it back on this thing and turning it over. I mean, that's obviously not how it's supposed to work, but I don't know what else to do, so I'm going to hammer it another couple times. I will take care of the muting so you don't have to, but we do now have a Yoshimitter with us, so we'll see if he stays once I start hammering again. Okay, so I noticed the camera has has suffered a little bit. There we go. That's not so bad. All right, it's now at least gotten to the point where it's not moving anymore, so I'm just gonna live with it. Yoshi, your fans are loving you, visiting. All right, Yosh. Thanks for joining us. I'm just trying to think if there's a way I could somehow use this, because like this works so well. I'm like, if I turned it on its side, but I don't think so. I know he really has left me a lot of space compared to how much he normally does. He normally leaves me 6 inches, 6 square inches. All right. I'm like sweating from all the hammering. Look how cute he is doing his crafts, his little paw. Yeah. He loves a sniff. He's big into sniffing, as you can see. He likes to really get in there, make sure he understands exactly what's going on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. He's like, I can't believe you banished me and prevented my adoring public from seeing me. You're so correct, bud. You're so correct. Do you have a message? Okay, I hope you all appreciated those words of wisdom from the Yosh. Oh, it's these grommets. Oh, hell yeah. It's not me. It's the grommets. These grommets are bad. Oh my God. Okay. Vindication. We are still good at crafts, Yosh. All right. Okay, so now we just have to get this out. Should I just throw this bag in the trash? You're right, I should. Okay. All right, so that's in the trash, so that mistake will never be made again. Vindication. The bronze is the same brand as these ones that don't work. So I think, unfortunately, the bronze are also trash. We're going to have to go back to the first set of grommets, and they should work then. All right. I got it out. Thank the maker. Sorry, Yoshi. These ones, I don't know if they're the good ones or the bad ones. Yeah, the respect is rapidly diminishing. Rapidly diminishing. I can't believe we were betrayed by the grommets. Don't one bad apple them. But the bad apple ruins the bunch. You gotta get the whole bunch out of there. Isn't that the moral of that story? Okay, so let's go back to A2. Granted, I'm not a fruit scientist. What we'll do is we'll test a single bronze, just not on this project. And if it works, the bronze can stay. I have to tape it again because once again, we're dealing with the tool that only kind of sort of works. It really didn't. I wonder if this is. Okay. All right. So, of course, it's still not working. I'm going to try hammering it. And so I'm going to mute y'all just so you don't get deafened. But hopefully this will just work. Okay, I don't know now what's going on, so because I mean, this worked better, but it didn't work. You know what I mean? So Sarah asked if the material's too thick. I mean, it certainly, the problem is this worked totally fine. So the question is, can we get something to work if we can get these to work up here, then we'll at least know that we're not barking up the wrong tree or whatever, you know? So let's see if we'll, because that's how we figured out that before it was the problem with the thing. These are the ones I used on the test piece, so we're going back to them. I'm not sure which those three are. All right, so yeah, it worked immediately. So, okay. So let's try, I'll just do this side so that this side is done. Oh, nope, this is one of the bad grommets. I can tell just by the feel. So into the trash. How are you already set? You. All right, so these are going in the trash. Yeah, I mean, and this, like I said, you know, I said earlier, this tool does kind of suck. All right, like it's not amazing. It never has been, but it's not usually that bad. So what I don't understand is why, and also no normal grommet setting tools work. Now, granted, I didn't use a hammer, but come on. You're doing great, bud. You're doing great. All right. So I've got that row. Now I'll do the next row. Then we'll test the bronze to see if those need to go in the trash as well, because I just cannot be having stuff around that doesn't work. Look how attentive he is. He's making sure everything's getting done to his exacting standards. Yeah, well, the ones that are currently in the trash are gonna, we missed the eyelet. The ones that are currently in the trash are definitely, like, there's something wrong with them. That's the second batch of, so for the longest time, I used to order bulk grommets from leatherworking people on eBay. because that was the best place to get these kind of grommets. And Amazon started having some sellers sell them in like smaller quantities than you had to buy on eBay. And I thought, I could try them, and then I could have something a little more, because it was about having something I could recommend to people, because like people don't want to hear, oh yeah, this is my favorite seller on eBay and you got to buy 5,000 of them and blah blah blah. That's like not a great like rec for people. So all right, so now let's test I'll punch 3 holes and we'll test the bronze. We'll give the bronze 3 shots, and to give it the best possible chance, we'll use the handheld one. And if all 3 of them don't work, then they will join their compatriots. But it's true, they're different metals. Could very well be that these work. So just because they're the same brand doesn't mean they won't work. No. Yeah. I immediately felt that same resistance. Oh, I said I'd test 3. Let's just... Nope. No. All right. Trash, trash, trash. Okay. So I'm just going to have to tell people, hey, I'm sorry about it, but yeah, you got to go with eBay or at least, or, you can take chances on whatever you want. You have free will and autonomy, but I don't recommend anything other than eBay. This leather guy on eBay. Okay. All right, everyone, brace yourselves. Can't believe this is the part that's holding me back, because this is such a small part of it to be hung up on. But this is the kind of thing that I think like people quit crafting over, or think, oh, I can't do this, or it's beyond my skill or whatever. You know what I mean? When it's really just like the tool. Because you hear stuff a lot like, this is why Yoshi was banned, guys. Okay, that's it just fine. So, I mean, it's not amazing, but I've seen worse. Okay, so now we've got the spine. Okay, woo! All right. I guess we're done with the hardest part. I'm gonna have to Excuse my deep breathing. Hi, Yosh. You just want to nap on the desk. That's all you ever want. You just want to nap where I am doing stuff. He's like, yeah, that's all I want. I don't know why you're such a meanie about it. Look at all this space. Thank you for all this. Oh, right there. Okay, you want to show everyone your cute face? You want to show everyone your cute face? His butt floof is so funny. It's like a little a bloomer, or like, you know, like a pantaloon or whatever. His butt floof is, oh look, see, this is just what he wants. He just wants actually to have my hand to sleep on. His brother is great. Jasper and is like the king of the upstairs, basically. He's a little lover boy. Oh, okay. Look how strong his arms are. Like, you get an idea of how big he really is, like um just physically as a cat, when you look at like his arms. And oh, he's so cute. Do you have anything to say? Jasper's doing great. So like I said, Jasper and Yoshi are having a great time. They're fully settled in. Kitty, you know, Yoshi's still trying to be friends with Kitty. Yeah, Yoshi is king of crafts, Stephanie. He's supervising. What's up? He's making sure everything gets out that comes out is up to his exacting standards. All right, I'm just going to do these last 6 off camera because with him right there, it's just too hard. Anyway, if you were wondering earlier why he was banned, this is why he's banned. Because this is the only place he wants to be. And I got a whole second desk so that when he took over this desk, I would have a place where I could craft. And guess what? He'll just move. He'll just come and he'll just move to whatever desk I'm on. So sometimes at night, just to get 1 page of journaling done, I just hop back and forth between the desks. And then he hops back and forth between the desks. And then that's like just what we do, you know? Can't believe I'm slandering Yoshi like this to his face. Just right in front of him. Like, hey. Alrighty. So this is just like not going well, and I think it's because I'm kind of tired and a little bit stressed out now from the grommet betrayal earlier, and also I'm trying to like do this while hovering over my floor. Ugh. We've had so many problems with the grommets. Some of these holes are kind of messed up now, so. That's unfortunate. Come on. Please give me a break. How about that? Could you give me a break, please? I'm talking to the grommets. But, you know. Okay, I got 4 grommets left to do, and I just want to be done. Had to redo so many grommets. Come on. Okay. Let me try not to crash out because it's so frustrating to. I'm trying to explain what's so enraging is like because I worked so hard to like figure out this project, and then just on a whim because of whimsy was like, what if I used bigger grommets? You know, just thinking obviously it wouldn't make a difference whatsoever, and now like the whole project has collapsed, and it's, you know, it's not my fault or anything, it's just the grommets were bad, right? But it's just like stuff like that can really get in my head, and like it disrupts my creative flow so much that I really have like struggled to then accomplish like basic tasks. It's just like an aspect of my personality, or I don't know what it is, mental illness or something. I don't know if any of you even relate, but like it's like sometimes I can handle big things more than small things, I guess. If that makes sense. But also, like, just think about how easily those 6 went in on the test piece. And then because I was like, ooh, maybe I'll try a different color, and then just grab the wrong bag. Now I'm here trapped in like trapped in like grommet hell. Okay, I got one on and it looks good. All right, Jenny says I'm the same way. One tiny detail can like piss me off so bad I put off the project for months. Okay. All right. Well, I'm like not happy to hear it because like I hate that for you, but like I'm also happy to hear it because it's not just me. you know. All right. So this one right here, this hole is now too big. I'm obviously not gonna scrap. Well, I don't know if it's obvious. I'm not gonna scrap an entire piece just because, like, of this. I can reinforce the hole with cardstock to give the grommet a little bit more edge to grab onto, but I need to get a piece of black cardstock and get it the right size. And okay, so the hole is 1/4 inch, so I'm gonna punch a 1/2 inch circle out of this. And I'm gonna color it with this, this is like a dark gray India ink. It will blend in better dark gray than it will black. And India ink is like very waterproof, color safe, etc. So it'll last well. All right. And I'm going to glue it down because glue, when it dries, is still flexible. So that way over time, we won't have to worry about it lifting or anything. So I'm just going to surround the opening with glue. And then I'm going to take this and put it over the opening. Okay. And then to help it blend in even more, I'm going to take, let's get a little piece of that tissue paper. All right, so this is the same tissue paper that I used for like the background. So I'm just gonna put it on like the corner of this cardstock, and I'm gonna use the same hole punch to punch through both of them at once. And then that'll give the tissue paper, we're gonna put the glue on top here. The tissue paper is gonna help the India ink blend in even more because it won't be just a stark dark gray spot now. This is lighter than the rest, but that's because the glue isn't dry. When the glue dries, it should be pretty much the same. But even if not, we do have like a few speckles here and there, so it won't look totally out of the ordinary. It will probably not be very visible at all. Oh my gosh, Jasper! Hi! How are you, bud? Hey, buddy, how's it going? While we wait for the glue to dry, Jasper, Jasper likes to lick plastic. That's what he's doing. He's not eating grommets. He's just licking plastic. He likes to lick plastic. I don't know why. He just likes to lick plastic. Crafting with cats. Look at his little floof. It's just, this is all hair. None of that is leg. It's like a little pair of bloomers. Jasper, not right now. Jasper, keep it PG. Jasper, PG. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to just set the other two while we're waiting for the third one to dry. Oh, Yoshi's mad. Yeah, he doesn't like how close Jasper's sitting to him. Jasper will sometimes do this to like menace Yoshi to make Yoshi move if he wants to sit where Yoshi is sitting. Yoshi, you also could keep it PG, okay? I wonder what it's like if your cats listen to you. Is that a thing? Can you get cats that listen to you? Aaron pointed out that the little stream cat looks like Jasper. So Jack is just laughing hysterically. So my guess is that Melby is not a big listener, just based on that response. Okay. All right, so I'm going to let that dry a little bit longer. But while it's doing that, maybe I'll track down all my charms and we'll pick our charms. All right, so let's go find charms. See what our options are. Okay, so I found a charm bracelet that had, it's like a Victorian goth charm bracelet, essentially. And it had the fountain pen on it, the journal on it, the mirror on it. So these, the mirror, the fountain pen, and the journal that I used on this one, and also this clock, this pearl, and this lock all came from it as well. So it was really great, and it was a lot cheaper than buying charms, was just to buy this ready-made charm bracelet. So what we have left on it is we have a little initial A. We have a high heel, which isn't right necessarily the vibe. We have a key, which we could do. We have a ring, which we could do. We have another mirror, a teapot, a frog prince, and a little chair. So that's what's left on the bracelet. Now we're thinking for 1,000-year-old vampire as we go through charms. I think all the charms in this little bag are gold. Yeah, there's no... Yeah, these are all gold, so not you guys. All right. Where did I put... What? How did I lose a bag of charms? Jasper. How did I... Oh, no, it's here. I'm sorry. I was about to blame you. And then from this set, I've got quite a few. I've got, you know, various hearts, big old upside down cross, hearts with demon. This is a little too modern looking. You know, I want it to be a little, have Victorian vibes. Ooh, a mirror with a death's head. Love that. Okay, so we'll definitely use death's head mirror. Let's use upside down cross. And then the hand. Yeah, let's do the hand for the heart. We'll use these three. And so we'll just want to pick 3 complementary things from this charm bracelet. So we have a mirror and a key. So we don't want to do the mirror or the key, which leaves the high heel, which is not the right vibe. The ring, which is maybe, it is a game about memories, like, you know, your vampire could have, your character could have proposed to somebody, etc. And then the teapot is the same, like, it does give antiquarian. I'm not sure about the frog prince or the chair or the little initial A. I'm not like enthralled with any of those, but certainly there's some things we could make work. And then let's look in this little baggie. See if anything jumps out. These are really small, but they could work on the side. Got peace, angel, a skull. All right. There's a lot of angels in here. A Pegasus? I don't know. Something about that is kind of fun. Oh, here's a little heart. Little heart locket. We've got... Is this a mermaid? Yeah, we got a mermaid. Now, one thing I could do Yeah, if we want to say that's a moth and not a butterfly, that could work. It could. It could. We'll put it in the, we'll put it over there. And maybe we'll find a way to make it make sense. All right, so that's the first pass. Let's see. Where did I put the where did I put the rest of them? How am I losing stuff sitting in a chair and not moving? You know? That's a good question. Cuz like here's all the gold ones. Oh, it's right here. Okay. I found it. All right. We have another mermaid, and this one is more old-timey looking, so maybe. Ooh, a feather could work because that's kind of like a quill. Tree of Life is kind of a fun idea for a vampire. Oh, vintage bicycle. Maybe our vampire likes a little bicycle ride. Eiffel Tower. Maybe they went to Paris. Could do musical notes as well because maybe they were a musician or something. And then what we'll do is we'll once I've kind of looked at all of them, we can try, pick the three that seem like they work the best with. This is actually a moth. And here's an owl. It would be great if we found a bat. A bat would be amazing. Oops. Here's a crown. Here's a lock. Okay. So now put all of these back in. Okay. So let's get our first three choices. So I think the cross goes on the front, on the spine, and then if the cross is going on the front, I think the hand should go in the center of the spine. So those are the two. So they each need two other things to flank them. Okay. So if we need two other things, here's a moth. Could go on the spine. Here's and a feather. Could be fun on the spine. A moth and a feather. That's one combo. I'm going to get rid of the butterflies. Go ahead and take them out of the equation since we have an actual no kidding moth now. Okay. So then the two things that could work with the cross. Let's see. We've got, we could do a tree of life. Could do a lock. We've also got the crown. I think moth, hand, feather, lock, cross, maybe crown. Because with an upside down cross, I don't think we need the skulls. The mermaid doesn't necessarily work. Although, actually, the mermaid works quite well with the hand. I kind of like how they look together. So maybe Tree of Life. There, Tree of Life, feather. It's upside down. So it's it's not sacred. It's inverted. So I think the vampire will be okay. As long as their journal never flips upside down or something. They should be okay. They should be okay. But we do also have this mirror. I know, I always end up in the corner. It's just me in this little corner. I think we'll go with the cross. This is what we're going to do. I'll do 5 things on the front. We'll do the lock, the feather, the cross, the tree of life, and the crown. And then on the spine, we'll do the moth, the hand, and the mermaid. And then I'll just have to remember to put the mermaid, I'll have to put a mermaid encounter in my character's backstory somehow. Okay. So we've got all of our charms. So I'm going to set them. When I can't find them later, tell me if they're by the Paper Republic, and then I'll maybe be able to find them again. All right, so we got, I know I didn't let them in. They came in when I went out to get the hammer, and then I couldn't even find a hammer, so unfair, but oh well. All right. Okie dokie. I'm so pleased. What? Your face looks crazy. What did you do? All right. Alrighty. I am gonna try and trick the cats into leaving the office by opening a can of wet food downstairs. So I will take you with me on the mic, but it may cut out. I don't know what kind of range it has on, if it'll go to the kitchen. Hi. Oh yeah? Uh-huh. Yeah. What are your thoughts? You need a snack? You need a snack? Yeah. You hungry? Do you need to be glazed and infused? All right. Here you go, miss. There's no boys, so you got first crack at it. It's like they can tell. Because normally they would have raced down here, but now I know I'm going to walk back in this office and they're just going to be in the exact same spot where I left them. Oh, bye, Jasper. Have a good snack. You heading out, Yosh? You heading out? Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. You can go. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go get some snacks. There's snacks downstairs, bud. Come on. You can go. You can go. Yeah, there you go. Okay. The cats are gone, so we can whip this together. Yeah. All right. Ooh. Yeah, glazed and infused is their favorite wet cat food, and it's literally just Friskies. It's like cheap and whatever, and it's terrible for them. So they get it in the afternoon as a treat, and then they have their normal, like fancy for their weight and general health cat food in the morning and the evening. And they're pretty much only eating wet food. Yes, she's getting the treat to herself. Okay, so they both headed out. So we should be able to get through this. And all right. At least this has thoroughly dried and now it's invisible again. So that's nice. Okay, dokie. Last grommet, and then we'll put our string and our charms. All right. And that worked. Okay. We're good. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to string the thing. And the technique that I have found that works the best for me is to use these weights to kind of hold it down. All right, now I'm going to use a thinner black string for the inside and a thicker black string to go all the way around. And I'm just gonna cut these to be twice the length of this. And I'm sure there's like a way that I could weave it to just use one string and then have like X's on the spine. I've thought about trying to figure that out because I thought it could be fun. But this is a little bit more functional in the sense that if anything happens to your string, you're only replacing one. And not all of it. No, Sarah, don't lose power. We got to keep Sarah's lights on. Okay. So when I tie the knot, I want the knot to be in the shorter string. And so I need to start in the top hole and then put it through the bottom hole. Right? Self? No. Start in the bottom hole. Yeah. So in the bottom hole, then the top, then the other side. And then I just pull it until it's equidistant, and then I just let it sit there. Then I'm going to do the same thing with the other side. All right. And then I'm just trying to get the little end bits to be the same distance from the center. Okay. Now that I've got the little end bits to be the same distance from the center on all of these, okay, then I'm going to tie them in 2 knots. And the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to do a square knot. So I'm going to take one side and put it over the other. And then I'm going to take the opposite side and put it over the first one. But when I pull, I want to feel like it's pulling. So you see how see how it's lifting a little bit as I pull on it? I want it to lift a little bit. That way nothing's going to be sagging. And I do a square knot because it's nice and thin, but strong. Thin, like inside the book, thin. Okay. And then if I want to, I can trim. Normally, I just trim them to both be the same length. And that's pretty much all I'm worried about. All right. So now I'm going to do the next one. Oops. And this is the only knot I remember from Scouts is a square knot. Oh, okay, cool. I tied it around the other string in a way where they're like woven into each other, so I have to untie it. And we may have to, just for like, because it's easier, we may have to just cut it and make a new one, which would not be the end of the world. That would be fine. Okay. So what happened was when I tied these, one was on this side of the string and one was on this side of the string, and so they were like crossed. So you wouldn't have been, I wouldn't have been able to get the notebooks in. Just so you know, knot tying is a real point of weakness for me. I wouldn't say that's one of my biggest skills as a crafter. Okay. My theory for why I'm so bad at tying stuff is that my dad is the parent who was like the stay-at-home parent when I was a kid and learning how to do stuff like tie shoes or whatever. And his mother was left-handed. And so he does some stuff like a left-handed person. His oldest brother is also left-handed, and my brother is too. It seems to run in the family a little bit. But so he does some stuff left-handed, and one of the things he does left-handed is like tie shoes, tie knots, things like that. And since he's the one who taught me how to tie shoes, I have trouble following instructions on how to tie knots and things because it always feels I always feel backwards. All right. So we've got those. And now we need to do the last one. So what I'm going to do is we should do the sides actually. But I'm going to you know what? I think yeah, okay. I'm just going to make it so that it's twice the length or twice the width of the cover because it's elastic. So I think that'll be enough string. Let's not make it too stressful. All right. And then as long as it's won't go through the grommet, which it doesn't, then okay. All right, perfect. Okay, so now we've got to do our strings. String our charms. Ooh, and then we're going to have oh, no, let's do the sides. All right. I'm going to do these metal pieces on the sides. All right, now these are just here to keep the PVC from collapsing because it is PVC, it's just not as strong. All right, so these things are basically 2 inches and the cover is 9. So to center something that's 2 inches on, just 3.5 inches up is where we need to stick it down. Yoshi just kicked the door, I think. All right, so what I'm going to do is just put this piece of tape here. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Do 3.5 inches. And then wrap it around to the other side. This way I know where to put those. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is, because I want, if either side is going to look neater and be like in place more. I want it to be this front. So I'm going to tape it into position. My guess is there's probably like a tool for these things, but I just don't think I'll need a tool. All right, and then now I need to bend it. So my hope is that with it in place on the front, that I can just put my back into it. Yep. All right. So now that it's mostly where it needs to be. Oops, no, it's not. It's not stuck down at all. All right. It's stuck down in the sense that it's on there, but I still need to like squish it. So I'm going to get some pliers and I'll use those, but I need something to wrap around it to keep it from, I don't want like the teeth of the pliers to do anything to it. So what I'm going to do is wrap this around it and then pinch it through this. Yes. Okay, that seems to have worked pretty well. Another thing I probably could have done is put like just a towel over it and then hit it with a hammer. That's probably something else that would have worked. But let me just turn this. The little blue thing is these are little pieces of metal that stabilize the edges of the vinyl to keep it, the rubber band, from collapsing it, like putting like a dent in the vinyl when the rubber band goes around it. And it's just blue because it has a protective coating over it. Okay, so the steps therefore are tape it down, then wrap it in the, then bend it into place. Just because it's vinyl and not leather, true leather, I think it needs help. I've noticed everyone who makes them out of vinyl seems to have like some kind of stabilizer on the sides. Okay. All right, so where's my little, oh, here you are. All right, so Ooh, lasagna in the oven. All right, looking good. You know what I'll do? I'm just gonna yeah. Okay. All right, so now let's pick a top or a bottom, and then so the words will be the right way. This is the top. Okay, so now we need, yay, Jenny. Jenny survived mid-year review. Way to go. I hope you enjoyed that song that I wrote for you just now. But I was so inspired by your performance, I just had to celebrate it. Okay, I got some pliers, got some rings. And where did I put my charms? By the Paper Republic. I remembered. Okay. That's right. There's a new menace in town. Oh, that's my time to be done in the office noise. So, good thing we're almost done, friends. Ugh, no. Oh, I found it. Yay! All right, so we've got the cross and the tree of life. And what was going to go with the two of them? For the hand, it was the mermaid and the moth, right? Oh yeah, so we're going to do feather, crown, lock, no, feather, lock, crown. All right. Can't believe we're actually going to get this done. Look at us go. All right, so ooh, okay, so Jenny has an art gallery. She's curating a personal art gallery in a notebook. And the reason I'm reading this out instead of just putting the comment on the screen is because obviously I have to use both my hands for this. But yeah, so Jenny's got this notebook where she's curating a personal art gallery or art museum and like literally choosing collections and writing about them and stuff. And I guess it's also going to double as copy work, which is a hobby I've started where you just like copy someone else's thoughts instead of yours, and as a way to meditate on their thoughts more deeply, because it takes so much longer to write than it does to think, that you can really have some meditation time. So like I do a lot with Marcus Aurelius, and I have one notebook where I'm literally just copying meditations by Marcus Aurelius. And then I have another one where I just do poems or speeches or, other things that interest me. Heck yeah, look at that. Jingle jangle. Okay. It looks cool just sitting there. All right, so now up here we need to do these three. Anyway, so adding copy work to the art gallery because writing about the art, the pieces from art critics and art historians and things is such a good idea to give like the broader like cultural context and things. I love that, Jenny. That's such a good idea. It's really, really cool. Okay, so for these, I forgot I need to do 2 rings on the spines because we need one to loop around the I need a small one to go around just so they'll dangle nicely. Otherwise they'll dangle kind of sideways. I don't want them to dangle kind of sideways. But I really like that. A website I really like, if you are into copy work and you're like struggling to find things to copy, is the Marginalian. Because what they kind of focus on their website is like they have current artists and philosophers write pieces based on the work of other people or inspired by. So it's not necessarily like the point is not necessarily to talk about what Carl Jung thought about dreams, right? So much so as this person is writing about dreams and they're doing it through the lens of what they know about Carl Jung. And so, but there's a ton of Jenny said, can you just say that name again? Because I just ate a chip and the crunch was so loud. That's so funny. The marginalian, it's like marginalia is the word for what like the medieval monks wrote in the margins of the books they did copy work on. And some of it's their, observations on what they were copying and things like that. I'm taking a long time because I actually struggle a lot more with the small ones than I do with the large ones. And so it's supposed to be like a modern version of that. And so they have like long quotes from people, like Carl Jung and Dreams, for example. Okay. They'd have long quotes from him and then also analysis by another person, like a modern thinker, philosopher, poet, whatever. And like you can go on there and search, like, I want people to talk about creativity. Like I've read articles on there about creativity through the lens of Frida Kahlo, through the lens of Vladimir Nabokov, through the lens of Georgia O'Keeffe. And so it's just really interesting. Oh my gosh. Not Jack also getting betrayed. So, but yeah, margin alien. So like margin, like on a book, and then ALIAN, the margin alien. Thank you, Jenny, for putting it in the chat. So yeah, if you're interested in copy work, or if you're doing copy work, but you're always like looking for new stuff, because you're part of the reason I started doing Marcus Aurelius was so I wouldn't have to make a decision about what I was going to copy every time I wanted to do copy work. But the Marginalian also helps a lot with that because there's so much on their website that's like worth copying, and they often include art as well. So you can also add the art that I sometimes do if it's like if I want to write, because sometimes the stuff that's in the Marginalian goes into, even makes it into my cousin for like more in-depth analysis by me. And this is so the tiny ones really are bad. Okay, I finally got it. Woo! That was just the step I needed to do so I could now attach the things, but it'll be a lot easier to do these big ones. I would do popcorn in a bag just so you don't have to smell it all night if you don't want to, And then you can get like a fun flavor. The microwave is better though. It's fair. Sarah's fair enough. Jenny says you deserve something hot and fresh. Wow. Okay. This is a revenge for the bronze, and it's okay. I get it. Yeah, both, Sarah says. That makes sense. Yeah. This looks so good. Yeah, I'm happy with this. We were touch and go for a minute there, but we got through it. Y'all, all we have to do now is peel the blue and we're done. Well, we can add pockets if we want to add pockets. That's another thing we can do. Cucumber salad. Yeah, cucumber salad's got to come back. Strong support. We do, because I can just for the vibes of setting it all up, I can move the notebooks from the other one into this one. All right, and now our silver is all shiny on the sides. Okay, so let me clear the desk and then I'll get all my stuff. So what do I need? I need the pockets and then all the stuff that goes inside. Okay, we're so close to success. And then I can talk through a few things. Okay. What did I say I needed though? Someone help. The pockets. That's what it was. Okay. So, this is for the 1,000-Year-Old Vampire Project. So here are the insides, but first, before I put the insides on, let's put the pockets. So these are for lawyers use them. They stick them to the outside of like boxes of files, cases, whatever, and then they slide like what's in the box inside. And so they're made to stick to all kinds of surfaces. And so I'm going to put them in here. Yes, 1,000-Year-Old Vampire is a game. Yes. It's a solo RPG. Yeah, we're maybe my vampire has done some time as a lawyer. Okay, so now I have a pocket that can slide in the back. And I'll put one in the front as well. One of the things that's been very serendipitous about this tissue paper is that the Oxford English Dictionary definition of memory is on it, like heavily featured. And memory is a core function of this game. So, yeah, individual clear pockets. So these are they come in a bunch of sizes. I think these are these are the 3x5 maybe. But they come in a bunch of different sizes and they're for sticking to the outside of boxes. But I found they stuck to the leather of like my Paper Republic, and they're holding on tight. Like I've taken things in and out of that pocket and it's like on there, which is great. Look at that spine. Okay. All right, so that's those. All right, so I'll just move everything from the other one into this one, and I'll talk about. Yes, Travelers also has, I think, Midori Travelers has one as well. A sort of sticky pocket that you can move from notebook to note or journal to journal. Okay, so when I purchased Thousand Year Old Vampire, they didn't have the book available. It was out of print. So I opted to get the PDF and print it myself. And what I did is I split it into 3 volumes. So I put the appendices in 1 volume, and then I labeled it. I found these Victorian looking labels online. So I labeled it. And then here's all the prompts. And then here's this. But yeah, Sarah, basically what you do is you make your character, and your character can have 5 memories at a time. And so what ends up happening is you, like, as you play the game, you have to lose some memories, basically. And so it's about like how the older you get, like the more faded some of your memories become, and then some memories you lose completely and they become recall. So like you have completely forgotten consciously about like a particular birthday party from when you were a child, but like if you see a photo of it, you can recall it. So there's also, so you move things from memory to recall, but then once recall gets full, then you gotta delete it. And so, and of course that can affect like how you play the game, because like if you forget a character, for example, and then they come back into your life, you know, or whatever, it's a problem. But I think the way you play is you roll 2 die. I think you roll a D6 and a D10, and then you subtract the D6 from the D10, and that's how many prompts forward you move. So let's just say I rolled a 6 and a 10, and so I would move 4 prompts. So that would be my starting prompt, would be prompt 4. And so prompt 4 is, you're exposed and flee to a neighboring region. Lose any stationary resources. Check a skill. A mortal flees with you. What new name do you develop among these strangers? And this is all those things. Like resources is something that you set up when you do your character creation. Skill is as well, and mortal as well. So like when you do your character, you have skills, you have marks, which are how like literally physical marks on your body that you have to have, so you're recognizable to like other supernatural creatures and things like that. And like you have a backstory, you have mortals who come with you, and then like depending on what kind of character you're building, those mortals can be like enthralled to you, or they can just be there because they want to help you, or they can be family members who haven't been turned yet. Like you can set it up however you want, but you do have these companions that go along with you. And so when it says like you lose a stationary resource, you have resources, but if your resource was like a building, you know, then you would lose that resource when you fled, because you can't take the building with you. And then check a skill, and a mortal flees with you. And if you had multiple mortals, right? If you had multiple mortals, then, you know, you might have to leave a mortal behind, whatever. And then there's additional ones down here. So if I rolled, and you roll backwards and forwards, because if the number is even, you go forwards, and if it's odd, you go backwards. Like, so you are going backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. And then I guess like if I were to roll in such a way where I came back to this page, then I would do this next section, and then this next section, and then there is a rule for what happens if I were to come back here a 4th time, you know. And so I just numbered every 10 to have to so that like it would be easier for me to count without having to without spoiling myself, you know what I mean? So like I wouldn't have to be seeing every single page necessarily all the time. And then the rule book talks about how to like set up your character. Well, I mean, if you were to download it, this would all be in one thing. But yeah, this is I mean, the artwork is great. in the book as well. So it talks about what you need to play, and it's a 10-sided die and a 6-sided die, and that's it. So do you guys want to see something really cool? Oh, there's a coin flip too, but I have somewhere in here, I have a memento mori. So I can use the memento mori. I should get the memento mori out and put it with my vampire stuff. Do you want to see here? Look what I found. It's like a coffin with a rose on it. I got some vampire dice as well. So anyway, so like I said, I want to stream a lot of it, if not all of it, because I think it would just be fun to kind of like come up with wacky stories together. But let me know what y'all think, because I guess there's a lot of writing involved, and so that part might be a little slow, but like sometimes it's nice to just like be vibes, you know. I don't know why I'm looking for my memento mori coin at this exact moment, but I'm just like, it's a part of me that's like, if you don't do it right now, you're gonna forget again. All right, the coin isn't where I thought it was, so I'm not gonna like search around for it. It was just more like if it was where I thought I had put it, then I was gonna grab it and add it, but it's not where I thought I put it. So I'll track it down and I'll add it. But yeah, because it's a skull on one side and a tree on another. And so I think that would be the perfect vibe for this project. I know it's in my office too, because I got it out when I started doing Marcus Aurelius. I was like, oh, I already have a memento mori coin. Because like, oh well. What ifs? We'll figure it out. Okay. So, oh, wait, hold on. One last place. Oh, dang. I really thought that was going to be it. I was like, nope, I've unlocked it. No, I have not, in fact, unlocked it. Okay. All right. Moving on. Okay. So now someone said that if you put your biggest notebook in the back, that stabilizes everybody. So I will get my biggest notebook as soon as I figure out where I put down to 152 what? Where's my notebook that I was taking these books out of? Like, what on earth? How did I lose that? I would just like to point out how many times I've lost things just like literally sitting down and not doing anything. Like, it's a real struggle sometimes for me to accomplish the most basic stuff. And it's like, where did I put it? Like, there's a whole missing journal now. Oh, you know what I probably did? I probably set it on a drawer and then closed the drawer. Yeah, that's what happened. That's what it was. I know myself. Okay. And then this is the notebook that I'm going to write my like story and all that in. Okay. All right, so let me transfer it. Two is protective cover. Jack. Jack, no, play vampire with me. Don't be sensible. That's boring. Okay. All right, so I'm going to open it to the center and put it around the string. Okay, and then the one I want like next to it is probably the one that's got like the washies and all that. So I'm going to just put all three of these through this one. Okay, so I've got this. I don't know what I'm going to stick in these, but it may come to me as we go, or even right here. Although, can you go and eat? Oh no, you're a little too tall. Okay. And then for this sticker notebook, I got these stickers. I'm not going to pull them out right now because like we can do another more less chaotic like setup, but like look how good these are for this particular type of project, because they're like a mix of like vintage and spooky. So I think these are a good choice, but like this book is just too big. So I'm gonna pick a few sheets that I think match the vibe of the game, and I'm gonna transfer them into here. Okay, and then for like washi, I've gone through and gotten out all my spookiest washies. So I have like crows and bats and skulls of all kinds, cats in a graveyard. I've got like some tarot stuff, some like antiquarian medieval stuff. Yeah, so this kind of thing, just trying to get stuff that I think is going to match the vibes so that when, you know, I want basically everything to just be in this notebook so I can just be like, or in this journal. So I can just be like, oh, it's 1000-Year Vampire time. Perfect. Then we do this, 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 and this, you know? All right. So gonna do rules first. And then prompts. Yeah, the pencil board is done. Yeah. Yeah. I got a vampire pencil board. And I'm going to send you one. I made the vampires melanated. So and all right. So, and then here's the appendix. So, and I don't know how often you need to reference the appendix, but it's there for reference. So yeah, we've got, I think this will fit. I used a really, really extra thick cardstock and then I laminated it. Okay, so so that's everything. Oh no, we lost the hand. Hand down, hand down. All right, so I will say that when I had the book not in the back, when I had it here, it didn't stick out, and now it does. So I don't think, but yeah, so maybe my vampires will know the vampires from interview, because we'll see. Because I guess you can just do whatever. It can be the real world or a fantasy world you made, or really anything. Okay, so let's make that change and see if we like it better. All right, so let's pull you out. So yeah, my pencil board is like a really heavy cardstock that it was coated on both sides for double-sided printing. And so I just printed it on both sides. And then I laminated it to make it shiny. But if you don't have a laminator, you can use contact paper, or whatever, you know. All right, let me put the appendix behind the notebook. Yeah, it doesn't stick out. So it may be more stable with your biggest book in the back, but with your longest book in the center is probably where everybody fits the best. Okay, so ooh, down to 132. $132 is enough. Okay, so yeah, grocery is done. Round of applause for Erin. And then the other thing is, I found if you come from the bottom, it's easier to get your string on here, but you have to make sure you've got it facing the right way. There we go. To be fair to me, okay, this isn't the one that I was going to charge $30 for. Huh, wait, why is this? Did I just put everyone on backwards? No, they're all fine now. Okay. I just had to turn the string around. Okay, perfect. This string's a little loose, so I'm going to tighten it up. Something like this should probably be, I would say, around the $200 mark. With the charms and everything, the amount of grommets, the fact that it's embossed, and it's lined with the tissue. I promise to never charge. Would you all have beaten me up if I'd said something like this should be at least 35? Would that have been my last day on this earth? Yeah, I think this is a decent tension. Okay, perfect. Not the two-hand special. But yeah, I have a couple other notebooks I want to make. I want to make myself a black leather A6 notebook or journal to hold A6 notebooks. I want to make myself an A6 journal to hold A6 notebooks. And I have black leather for that. All right, so now we can trim. And I am going to just put a little bit of glue on the ends here just so it doesn't run. All right, and then that needs to dry, so that'll be where we are ending it for today. But look at us, we accomplished so much. We made an entire journal from start to finish. We overcame a manufacturing plot to try and prevent us from being great. Okay, so Jenny says, let's look at Jenny's let's help Jenny work through this. Jenny says, I was thinking it would be nice to have a journal cover for my daily journals and separate my gallery and Chinese journal to a different set, but maybe that's a Christmas question for me. I wonder if you had like maybe a personal curriculum is the first thing that's coming to mind, but that's where you could have your art gallery, your commonplace, your copy work, your Chinese practice, basically anything that's like a hobby or personal enrichment or education stuff that's like not your normal just day-to-day whatever. I now have 2 shells. So I do have a second shell now. So that's, you know, that exists. And I have enough leather to make a 3rd shell or to make a bunch of skinny shells. Maybe that's our next project, is making a bunch of skinny shells. Maybe that's next. Okay, but yeah, so I have more work to do on Napoleon, I want to say, but not a lot. Napoleon's in pretty good shape, so I'm good with Napoleon. The first journal I ever made, I need to reinforce now that I have a technique for reinforcing it, because it's also just a little too floppy. See, you know, if you can crumple it in your hand, it's not like great, because essentially all I'm doing is just carrying a stack of notebooks around. They just happen to have a piece of leather wrapped around them. The leather is not supporting them in any way whatsoever. But now that I have that stuff, I could strengthen this one as well. So that's also a possibility. I can dress this one up. None of this is happening today, but I mean, just like future projects. Now that I'm not as depressed. But yeah, I do like the idea of making a skinny one. And there is some skinny notebooks I've had my eye on, but I'm like, what would I even do with them? But maybe the answer is put them in a skinny notebook I just made. The yellow is fun, Sarah. Yeah, I like the yellow a lot. And then I have also my Paper Republic is this is the Firenze color. And so these two go well together. These are for like my negative thoughts and stuff, like a lot of stuff along those lines. And then this is for this is my thing that I'm carrying around throughout the day to make my notes about what I've been up to, or anything I need to remember, look up, whatever is all going in there. And then at the end of the day, I can move it into the cousin. And if I don't do it at the end of every day, it's whatever, because I dated it and everything, you know? So I feel like I'm finally getting it all sorted out in a way that's working for me. And I'm not like, you know, worried or upset or whatever that it took as long as it took, because I'm new to this kind of journaling on this level, or this kind of creative writing, you know what I mean? So yeah, but I'm happy. Everything turned out so nice. So nice. So yeah, make my own traveler's notebook is kind of what I'm thinking, like a red crocodile. Yeah, it is actually. Especially on the back. And you know what I think it's from is Jasper likes to rub his cheek on it. So Jasper said, let me take care of that for you. Because I think it's more from him, because it's strongest in the places where he likes to rub his face on it. And not where I hold it. You know what I mean? So, which I think is so cute. If Jasper patinaed it for me, that's just the cutest thing ever. And that is so a journal for me, that would happen to it. You know what I mean? So, but yeah. Yeah. So I need to do something to like beef up the yellow. And yeah, make a skinny one for weeks, or a DIY traveler's notebook so I could use all the traveler's inserts, is something that's an idea I'm really drawn to as well. And then, yeah, Jasper's very helpful. And then I have two pieces. The other two pieces of leather I have, just so you guys know, is, I have two pieces. Why are you so far? Okay. I have two pieces of black leather that I got to test a couple different brands. This one, as you can see, is covered in cat feet, or maybe you can't see it. See if I can get the camera to catch the reflection of all the little cat. This one has little cat feet all over it. So this one is already starting to patina from cats walking on it. And then this one does have some deep scratches in it. again, that's not something I care about because I want everything to just look really beat up and old. But these are just two different thicknesses. And so this is more of a thickness with this. And this is a little bit thinner, so it's more of a thickness like Louise Carmen. So this is more Louise Carmen, and this is more Paper Republic. And actually, you can see if I just hold them lightly on their corners, you can see how much more this one droops and how this one just kind of stands up. And so you want a thicker leather like this for bifolds and a thinner leather, floppier leather like this for trifolds, but you don't want it as floppy as this was when we started, you know? So that's the balance. But since ordering these two leathers, I actually learned the source that Paper Republic has for their leathers. So I can just go straight to their source the next time I want leather, because there is a leather retailer in the US who stocks it. So you can get their color, because, oh, and they don't do custom colors. They're using the standard colors from this company, from this tanning company. So you can get any colors that they have. Now I'm desperate to know what Jack actually means. The yellow Paper Republic near. Yeah. Insider secrets. Insider secrets. It's on. I don't know where Louise Carmen gets theirs yet, but that's okay. The yellow nearly stole my wallet when I was checking the website. No, not the yellow being a thief. A thief. Okay. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm so happy that this is already starting to patina, and I think it's gonna patina so nicely. I think this color is actually gonna like really do so well because it's already yeah, it's already looking so good. So, um, so yeah. Okay, now that this is dried a little bit, I can like, there we go. Yeah, so the place that has it, it's like, I want to say it's like $70 for a quarter shoulder, which would probably be enough to do, I would say, like a half a dozen journals. So the leather itself is not terrible price-wise. It's really the labor and the charms and things like that, you know. Oh, the easiest way to check is to look under the band. True, true. Well, and here you can see this line is for when I had the band up. I had the pen higher initially, and so the band was on an angle, and I was like, I don't like that. So I eventually figured out where to put the pen so that the band would be straight across. But yeah, it's gonna look so good. It's gonna look so good. It's gonna get all shiny, and it's gonna start like collapse. It's already collapsing on this corner, and the leather's gonna morph and get the shape of the objects inside and everything. So it's gonna look so cool. This one will not do that because it's plastic. But yeah, I do also have the leather as well. A6 is your favorite notebook? All right. Nope, backwards. Yeah, part of the reason why I want to make a skinny one and an A6 one is I want to have a variety of sizes just for like stretching myself creatively in terms of like layouts and things. I think it'll really be fun. One thing I found that really helped with getting my string on right so that I didn't have to figure out what way to do it for the charms every time was by putting the paper clip on here, because it's always right when it's guided by the paper clip, if that makes sense. Look at the hand just hanging out there. Anyway, we did it. We did a good craft. You all helped so much. I couldn't have done it without you. So we did it. So thank you for joining me for this very special episode of Bad Crafts, where we did good crafts. And we will revisit the vampire stuff, and we will make some more notebooks, I'm sure. We made good crafts with cats. So yeah, all kinds of fun stuff. It'll be fun, I think. It'll be fun, instead of me just like crashing out and fighting the cats for like 6 square inches of desk space. Because if I'm streaming, I feel less guilty about locking them out. So I need you guys to because I can be like, I was streaming, I had to. What do you want me to do? So anyway, all right. See you guys later. Bye.